Good morning and a very warm welcome to the FEI Dressage European Championships for Children and Juniors.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to the FEI Dressage European Championships for Children and Juniors. We had a fantastic day yesterday, crowning our junior teams. It was Germany in gold medal position, Denmark in silver, and Great Britain picked up the bronze. Individually, it was Germany 1, 2, 3. They had scores of up to 74.424. But this morning, we kick off with the FEI Junior Individual. 2 days of individual competition, and then by the end of tomorrow, we will crown our individual European champion. The judges for this junior individual: at E we have Mariana Andre, at H we have Alice Schwab, at C we have Hans Voser, at M we have Katrina Wurst, and at B we have Agnesia Madwaska. Nine horses coming forward first before we head into a break. This individual split up into 4 this morning. And our first one is in the arena. It is Sofia, Boje, Obel, Jørgensen, and she is riding Ascari Pilga, a 7-year-old gelding by Apache. They were 9th individually in the team test with 71.879%. This is Sophie's 4th European Championships, multi-medalist, has won 3 team silvers, 3 individual silvers, an individual gold last year in the freestyle to music with another horse, Brilliant. But now she comes into the arena aboard Ascari Pilka. It is Sofia, Boje, Obel, Jørgensen for Denmark. Lots of elasticity in the trot. A fairly nice entry, not quite square in the halt, but good there in the medium trot. Could have just had a little bit more engagement from the hind legs. Lovely here in the shoulder in, really great positioning. Lovely bend through the body. Balance in the 2 half 10-meter circles. Could have had a bit more bend through the body in the half pass. Yeah, I would like to see a bit more stretch there in the half 20-meter circle. Again, nice there in the shoulder in. Just a little bit of a head tilt. Yeah, and again, would just like to see a bit more bend through the half pass. Just lost it a little bit towards the end. Big in the walk pirouette. Good relaxation here in the walk. Tracking up, but we could see a little bit more ground cover for some bigger marks. 7.5s and 7s from the judges. Just losing a bit of activity here, coming back into the collective walk. Nice jump here in the canter. Could have been a little bit straighter through the change. Yeah, nice through the counter-canter and the flying change again. Just a little bit of swaying in that flying change. And not totally straight again in the pickup into canter from the simple change. Great ground cover in the extended canter. So coming down the centre line now to finish their test, it is Sofia, Boje, Obel, Jørgensen and Askari Pelka, the first rider in for this junior individual test. And what a way to start. They were 9th individually in the team test. Scored 71.879. This horse just 7 years old, one of the youngest competitors in this class, 5-7-year-olds, and we have a score. It is 72.265. So an early leader there, Sofia, Boje, Obel, Jørgensen.
72.941 and at B 72.206. The total is 72.265. And here is the next horse. It's Royal Thunder, 18 years old.
So next in, we have a competitor from Spain.
Ridden by Maria Luz Konovalova.
It is Maria Luz Konovalova, and she is riding Royal Thunder, an 18-year-old gelding by Royal Highness. They were 23rd individually in the team competition with a score of 69.758%. Last time out, they won the individual test with 68.039. So, starting the test, It is Maria Luz Konovalova, and she rides Royal Thunder for Spain. Some nice expression in the medium trot. Could have had a little bit more self-carriage. Good positioning in the shoulder in. Just you can see the mouth slightly opening there. And again, just losing a bit of the self-carriage through those two half 10-meter circles. Good there in the half pass. Oh, it's a bit unsettled in the corner. Better stretching towards the end, but could just take that stretch down a little more. There's something about that corner that they really don't like. It must be that big screen. There were some pigeons playing around in there yesterday. Yeah, it just needs a bit more engagement from the hind leg in the extended trot there. Just tends to lean a little bit on the bit, and I think that's where the mouth opens slightly as well. If she can get him sitting a little bit more on the hind leg, I think that would really help. Be more supple over the back there in the half pass. Just lacking a little bit of bend. Losing the activity going into the warp pirouette. Really nice overtrack there, great ground cover. Taking the contact down nicely. Good activity here coming into the warp pirouette. Just lost a little bit of the bend and the rhythm, especially in that second half again of the warp pirouette. Or losing the straightness just before the flying change. Good activity here in the canter though, nice jump. So just needs to keep that straightness on the center line. Better. Better bend through the body in the half pass to the left. And again, just needing to keep the straightness more in the change. Nice change itself though. So coming down the centre line, it is for Spain, Luz Konovalova. She's riding Royal Thunder. They were 23rd in the team test yesterday, 69.758. Let's see where they're going to end up today. It's looking like it might be a personal best for them. Just a little bit lower than their score yesterday. Unfortunately, it had quite a bit of tension in the mouth. The mouth kept opening. At times, the tongue was slightly visible. So we have a score in. It is 67.853% and a new personal best.
68.676 at H, 68.676 at C, 65.882.
So into second place for Luz Konovalova.
And we have a total of 67.853.
Next in, we have another competitor from Denmark. As I said, Denmark picking up that team silver yesterday. So here she comes. It is Theresa Rosenkilde, and she rides a Blue Horse Zwobber. This horse is by Blue Horse Zach. It's a 12-year-old stallion.
So Danish Ramlot stallion by Blue Horse Zach and Romanov, and ridden by Theresa Rosenkilde, representing Denmark.
This is Theresa's first European Championships. They were 30th yesterday in the team competition with 68.97%. Last time out, they scored 70.294 in this individual test. Had a nice day off yesterday and back to competition today. Some riders would have had a day off yesterday. Some riders will be competing yesterday and today. But now it is Theresa Rosenkilde and a Blue Horse Zwobber for Denmark. Not quite balanced there into that initial halt. Could have been a little more square. Some nice steps in the medium trot. Just could have had just a little bit more balance through the shoulder in. Also just tucking slightly behind the vertical there in those two half 10-meter circles. Just needs a bit more self-carriage. And again, you can see a bit of fiddling in the mouth. slightly uneven behind in the rhythm. Good there in the shoulder in. Nice balance into that half 10-meter circle. Yeah, just needs to finish those half passes off. She kind of gets near to the end and then it goes a little bit. She loses the bend, loses that parallel. Nice stretching here in the walk. Fairly good ground cover as well. Could just have been a little bit more steady in the stretching. Good jump here in the canter. Not quite on the aids in the change, but actually she did well because she came out of the half pass and lost the quarters a little bit, but managed to straighten up and then ask for the change. Lovely and straight on the center line in those transitions. Yeah, really going for the extended canter there. Come back a little bit early. So finishing their test now for Denmark, it is Theresa Rosenkilde and Blue Horse Zwobber. They scored 68.97 in the team test. They're looking to improve on that today for sure. And we might have another personal best. It is, in fact, another personal best. It's 71.059 and into second there for Theresa Rosenkilde and Blue Horse Zwobber for Denmark.
71.029 and at B is 70.0 and the average is 71.059 and it's a new personal best for Theresa in an international competition.
Next up, we have our first rider for the Netherlands. It is Isa Hollands. She rides Huppaduska PB. They finished 34th in the team test with 68.515%. It's her first European Championships. Last time out, finished second in the individual with a score of 70.539%. So into the arena now. It is for the Netherlands, Isa Hollands and Huppaduska PB. It's an 11-year-old mare by Dancer and Jazz. Just a little moment of tension, and that was their biggest issue in the team test, in fact. So hopefully a little bit more settled today in this individual from being in the arena yesterday. Nice crossing in the half pass. Nice stretch. Keeping the cadence well in the trot as well. The nose could have just been a little bit more forward, but really, really good in the stretch. Good steps in the extended trot. Clear transitions. Lovely and fluent through those half circles. The second one just a little bit big. She went a little bit too far down the centre line before she made the turn for the second half of the movement. Nice and active through the walk pirouette. Again, nice stretching here in the extended walk. Could have a little bit more ground cover, but good activity, really nice in the walk rhythm. Could have been a bit more uphill in the half pirouette to the right. Nice transition up into the canter. Lovely and straight. Lost a little bit of the activity coming into the walk. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, just lost the connection going into the walk and then got a little bit long and then couldn't pick up that canter transition directly from the walk. Late behind there in the change. Nice change on the return. So coming down to finish the test, it is Isa Hollands and Hypodreska PB for the Netherlands. We have a personal best of 70.539 in this test. Just such a shame about that mistake in the simple change. And of course, the late change behind just up here after the half pass. She would have definitely been on her personal best then. Think just sitting slightly below it. Yeah, 70.118 and into third for Isa Hollands.
At H, 68.235 at C, 71.324 at M, 69.853 and at B, 70.441 and a total of 70.118.
Up next, it is a rider for Ukraine. It is Yeva Stolnikova, and she rides Freedom, a 13-year-old gelding by Apache.
Yeva Stolnikova representing Ukraine.
They were 64th in the team test individually with a score of 64.303. It's her first European Championships. Last time out in this test, they finished 5th with 67.451%. So coming into the arena now, it is Yeva Stolnikova and Freedom for Ukraine. Lovely and active in the trot work. Fairly good ground cover in the medium trot. Could just be a little bit more accurate through the 2 half 10-meter circles. A little bit of tilting sometimes. Better there in the stretch towards the end. Just have let the horse go down a little bit more at the beginning. Just needs a little bit more from behind in the extended trot. Losing the balance slightly into the shoulder in there. And again, losing the balance there through the half 10-meter circle and just tilting a little bit, but keeping a good rhythm in the trot. And nicely there into the half pass. Nice and active into the collected walk. Nicely done. Oh, and a little spook coming out at H. Could just have a little bit more activity in the extended walk. And again, here into the collective walk, just needs to be a little bit more active to go into the walk pirouette. Yeah, just needed a little bit more active collection going into the pirouette, but actually the pirouette was pretty nice itself. 4 7s and a 7.5. Losing a bit of the suppleness over the back in the canter half pass. Yeah, again, just needs to be a little bit more forward here in the canter. Needs a bit more jump. And not enough difference shown there in the medium canter. Needs to be a lot clearer, showing a difference. Jogging a little bit into the walk, but a lovely pick up into canter again. Again, just needs to watch the straightness a little bit. Well corrected. Was just quarters leading into the half pass. Nice and straight through the change. Better difference at the beginning there at the extended canter, but it just faded as she came back to the track at V. So coming down to finish their test, it is Yeva Stolnikova and freedom for the Ukraine. Job well done by Yeva.
Yeva Stolnikova.
It's looking like it's going to be another personal best. They scored 64% yesterday in the team test. And it is 67.5 today. A huge improvement and another personal best.
67.941 at H, 67.059 at C, 67.941.
So that's enough to put them into fifth
at M,
at the moment.
66.912 and at B, 67.647. The total is 67.5.
A huge 70 entries in this junior competition. We bring you half of them today, and the second half will come forward tomorrow. So the next rider to go, it is Mette Dahl and
11 years old
Caporal de Massa, a 11-year-old stallion, Barito. The 14th yesterday with a score of 70.879%. It's her third European Championships, competed in juniors in 2021 and in ponies last year. They picked up the team bronze yesterday. Last time out with this horse, they had a win at Wellington in this individual class with 71.176%. So entering the arena now for Great Britain, it is Mette Dahl and Caporal de Massa. Lovely expression in the medium trot. Could have had a little more engagement. Lovely there through the short side. Really super frame. Could just take the stretch a little bit more there. Again, slightly better towards the end. Again, good in the extended canter. For the higher marks, you could just have a little bit more from behind. Keeping a really lovely, consistent rhythm. Just losing the quarters a little bit in the half pass. Good activity into the walk. Nice and centered. Lovely stretch there. Really good marching. Could just have a tiny bit more ground cover for the bigger marks, but lovely and over the back into the second walk pirouette. Again, really well centered. And a lovely uphill transition into the canter. Nicely balanced into the change. Could have been more direct into the walk. Nice and straight through the transitions. Lovely into the canter half pass. This horse really lovely and soft over the back. Nicely uphill in the extended canter. So coming to the end of their test, it is Mette Dahl and Caporal de Massa for Great Britain.
Caporal de Massa and Mette Dahl from Great Britain. Thank you.
And here's the score. It's a personal best of 72.412. That goes into the lead at the moment. The new score to beat.
At M 73.235 and at B 72.059.
Great to see so many personal bests coming through already this morning.
It's a new personal best for Mette.
What a place to get a personal best at the European Championships. Scored 70.879 yesterday, so nearly a 2% improvement. Next up, we have another rider for Denmark. 3 Danish riders coming forward in this first section of the junior individual. It is Johanne Koford Jensen and Frida Gold 5. They scored 69.152 yesterday for individual 26th place. Frida Gold is a 15-year-old mare by Feeder Tans and Dinero 6. It's her first European Championships. Last time out, they were finished 9th in the junior individual with 66.176%. So coming down the centre line now, Johanne Kofod Jensen and Frida Gold 5. Nice start. Good entry. Good ground cover in the extended trot. Maybe just a little bit quick. Wouldn't want it any faster, that's for sure. Lovely fluency through the movements. Keeping good rhythm through the stretch. Again, lovely in the extended canter, extended trot, sorry. Really lovely and uphill. Nice bend through the body. Could be a little bit more active here into the collected walk. Just needs to watch the rhythm as well in the walk here. Just dropped her slightly going into the walk pirouette. Nice ground cover. Could just have a bit more activity in the extended walk. Just losing that march. Slightly better there in the pirouette to the right. Again, just want to see more activity generally in the walk. A little bit short behind in the change. Lovely frame here though in the canter. Some tension going into the medium canter. A little bit tense up into the canter. Just losing a little bit of the suppleness over the back. Better there in the change on the centre line. So coming down the centre line now to finish their test, it is Johanne, Koford, Jensen and Frida Gold 5 for Denmark. They were 26th individually yesterday in the team test. 69.152. Again, lots of the riders really developing on their rides from the team test and coming out stronger here in the individual. We have a score. It is 71.412. And into third for Johanne Koford Jensen and Frida Gold 5.
3.676. At M, 71.618 and at B, 71.176. And that is a total of 71.412 and rank 3. And we have the next horse, it's Fidelio.
Into the arena now, it is a competitor for Austria. It is Katharina Zajic and Fidelio.
And ridden by Katharina Zajic.
This is a 12-year-old gelding. They were 21st in the team competition with 70.030. So second European Championships. Competed last year in the ponies. Finished 57th individually. Last time out, they scored 68.735 in this individual test. So Katharina Zajic and Fidelio for Austria. Really nice there in the medium trot. Great suspension. Just could do with a little bit more self-carriage through the shoulder in. And again through those 2 half 10-meter circles. Horse just looks like he's leaning a little bit on her hand. Yeah, nice stretching. Again here in the shoulder in and the half circles, would just like to see more self-carriage, the same as we had on the other rein. Really nice through the rhythm though, throughout the whole of the trot. Good activity in the walk. Just losing it slightly going into the walk pirouette, had a wide step behind. Could be slightly clearer in the rhythm as well, But really nice marching. Again, nice and forward through the extended walk. You'd want to see a little bit more ground cover for the bigger marks. So needs to keep this activity going into the walk pirouette now. Better. Just loses the activity, has great activity in the collective walk and the extended walk, just loses it a little bit going into those walk pirouettes. Lovely steps there in the medium canter. And a great change. Super transition into the walk. Really nice how she rebalances before she picks up the canter as well. Very well ridden into the simple change. Be a little steadier in the contact through the half pass and just before the change. Again, all comes down to that self carriage. Lovely to see these juniors being really brave in the extended canters. So coming down to finish their test now, Katharina Zajic and Fidelio for Austria.
Fidelio and Katharina.
They scored 70.03% in the team test and looking to score around the same as that today. That would be enough for a personal best as well. Already seen 3 personal bests in this first section of this individual test. And it's a score of 70.5, another personal best for Katharina. That's enough to put her into 5th place at the moment. Had some really high scores in this first section of the individual. 4 sections in this first part of the FEI Junior Individual. Just one more to go before we head into a short break. And it is a rider for Italy.
And now Delgado, 15.
It is Lisa Caroline Kathy Alexandra Bartz, and she rides Delgado.
Alessandra Bartz representing Italy.
It's a 15-year-old gelding by Oscar and Sandro Hitt. They were 50th in the team test with 66.939%. This is Lisa's 6th European Championships. Competed in ponies all the way through, and then last year rode as a junior. That was with Dairy Dream OLD. Last time out with this horse, she was 3rd in the individual, 66.716. So starting their test now, Lisa Caroline Kathy Alessandra Bartz and Delgado for Italy. Could just be a little softer over the back in the medium trot. Have a little bit more pushing power from the hind leg. Nice positioning here in the shoulder in. Lovely positioning here in the trot half pass. Keeping a lovely consistent frame. Yeah, just needs to stretch more. It's a little bit late to give the rein forward. Again, just looks as if the little horse gets a little bit tight over the back there in the extended trot. Just restricts the ground cover in the extended trot. Lovely again here in the shoulder in. 7s across the board from the judges for that. Didn't quite make the centre line on those 2 half 10-metre circles. Need a clearer rhythm here in the walk. Good activity, but again, just a little bit tight over the top line. It needs to be softer again over the back in the extended walk. Slightly better in the rhythm. Lovely walk pirouette. Could just have a bit more jump here in the canter, but good in the flying change. Again, having a bit more jump would just give her a little bit more ground cover as well. Just the canter's feeling a little bit flat. Tense in the walk, but nice transitions. Again, just needs more jump in this canter work. Very correct, but just losing a little bit of the ground cover. Again, here in the extended canter, quite modest. Yeah, with the more jump, you then get a more uphill canter, just late in front there in the flying change. yeah, just a bit more jump in the canter, a bit more energy, a bit more expression. But there we have it for Lisa, Caroline, Kathy, Alessandra, Bartz and Delgado for Italy. Scored 66.939% yesterday.
Italy. Thank you.
And today it is 67.206 and into 9th place for Lisa, Caroline, Kathy, Alessandra Bartz from Italy riding Delgado. So now we just go into a short break. The next rider will be into the arena at 10:27. It is a rider for Germany. We have 2 German riders, in fact, coming in next. They were 3rd and 2nd individually in the team test. So make sure you join us back at 10:27. The leading score, though, is of Mette Dahl, 72.412.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a short break and the prize of Biker CEE, the FEI Junior Individual. And in the lead is Mette Dahl from Great Britain with Caporal de Massa and 72.412%. On the run-up spots, Ansgari Pilika and Sofia, Boje, Obel, Jørgensen from Denmark, 72.265. And in third, Frida Gold and Johanne Koford Jensen, also from Denmark, with 71.412. In fourth, Blue Horse Swoboda and Theresa Rosenkilde from Denmark, 71.059. And in fifth, Fidelio and Katharina Zajic from Austria, 70.5. And we expect the next toes at 10:27.
Tiger Lily moved to the city, she just turned 21. And I said, here's my number, hit me up if you're needing anyone. And then I could be anyone, 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 anyone for you. Anyone, 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 anyone. I could love you, I could be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light. I could love you, I could be anything you want of me. And in the dark Beside you down at the lake, I burn for you, burn for me. So kiss me the way that you would if we died tonight, and hold me the way that you would for the final time. Whatever may come somewhere deep inside, there's always this version of you and I. So just kiss me the way that you would if we died tonight, if we died tonight. Blow my mind, blow my mind, blow my mind now. Take me high, spin me right round. Don't know why it's burning me out. Won't get it right, stay at home all night. Out of sight, I'm hiding right now. You're tired of mine, yeah, I got no doubt. Way too tight, I need a time out. I can't get it right, stay at home all night. I believe I'd rather fall asleep than fall in love. And I believe there's someone in my bed as well.
Und wir fahren fort im Programm. Ladies and gentlemen, the next part of this competition, the individual competition test for the juniors. And we're
Welcome
going to
back
see
after the
Belladonna.
break.
It's an 10
We
years
have
old
the next combination
Lea
into the arena, and it is
by
one
Bellissimo
for
and
Germany.
RW and DiMaggio
They
and
were
ridden by
third
Josephine
individually
Ruppert,
in the
representing
team
Germany.
test. It is, of course, our German rider Josephine Ruppert and Belladonna 149. They were third with a score of 73.242. Belladonna is a 10-year-old mare by Bellissimo out of a DiMaggio mare. Josephine is at her first European Championships. Last time out, they were second with 71.814 in this individual test. So in now for Germany, Josephine Ruppert and Belladonna 149 for Germany. Just lost the balance there in the halt and swung the quarters. Lovely there in the medium trot. Really nice push from the hind leg. Could have done with better balance in the second of those half 10-meter circles. Yeah, needs to stretch more in the trot. For some reason, the riders are taking quite a long time to give the rein in the stretch. It starts at R, so they need to let the rein straight out as soon as they get to R. If anything, you know, as a rider, you have to learn these little cheats I would start giving the reins slightly, like maybe 1 or 2 steps before R, so they're really in a lovely stretch before they get to, well, by the time they get to R to start the half circle. Lovely there in the shoulder in. 4 7.5s and an 8. Just lost a bit of the straightness over the centre line. She kind of went left to come round on that right half circle. Lovely marching steps here in the walk. Very well centre the neck. Again, lovely activity through the extended walk. Again, good activity in the half pirouette. 2 8s, 2 7.5s and a 7. Beautifully centered pirouettes. Do with a bit more bend here in the half pass. Lovely change. Nice and uphill in the medium canter, showing a good difference. Yeah, beautifully ridden. Really nice and balanced through the transitions. Again, 4 7.5s and an 8. Better there in the half pass to the left in the canter. Much better bend through the body. Nice suppleness. And again, great into that flying change. Really picking up the marks in this canter work. Yeah, it could have shown a little bit more. It was fairly similar to the medium canter. Just needed a little bit more ground cover. But coming into the halt, it is Josephine Ruppert and Belladonna 149 for Germany.
Belladonna.
It's looking like it's going to be a very good mark. They scored 73.242 in the team test. I think we might have another personal best. It is, it's 73.853%. Another personal best, and that is enough to put her in the lead and overtake Mette Dahl from the United Kingdom.
The total is
73.853 now in the lead.
And rank 1 in this competition and the price of Pica CEE.
But like we had 3 Danish riders in the first part, we have 3 German riders in the second part. Next to go is Lana Pinu-Pumgartel and Zink Emma FH, a lovely 9-year-old Westphalian mare by Escola. They were second in the team test with 73.394%. It is her third European Championships, competed in ponies in 2019 and then juniors in 2022. Picked up that team gold medal yesterday. Last time out, they were 5th in the individual with 70.98%. That was in Hagen. So coming into the arena now, it is Lana Pino Baumgartel and Zink Emma FH for Germany. Lovely ground cover there in the medium trot. Great start. Three 8s and 2 7.5s. A lot of riders riding those circles a little bit too deep. It is E to X, X to B, and they're really going down the centre line a long way. And I understand why. It's to set up for the half pass. Ah, she's done what I said. Started the stretch a little bit earlier and got a much, much better stretch there. Really nice in the extended trot. Great energy, really nice and uphill. Again there's a really long way down the centre line and comes back more towards, well, in between V and E. Could just be a little bit more active in this collected walk. Better here into the walk pirouette. Oh, just stuck there. Some nice steps in the extended walk. Could have just had a little bit more ground cover. Better there in the second walk pirouette. Much more active. Really nice in the flying change. 4/8. Beautifully straight, beautifully expressive. Same there in the medium canter. Lovely ground cover. Just lost a bit of the fluency in the downward transition. Just needs to be a little bit more supple over the back. Losing a bit of the straightness there in the flying change. Just held himself a little bit in that change. Again, great ground cover in the extended canter. Could be a little bit more uphill. Beautiful flying change there to finish 5/8. It's going to be incredibly, incredibly close at the top. Super test from Lana Pinot-Baumgartel. A great job from this very talented young rider. Who is going to come out on top though? Is it going to be Josephine Ruppert or is it going to be Lana Pinot-Baumgartel? It is a combination best score, I can tell you that. 74.088. She goes into the lead, into gold medal winning position there for Lana Pinot-Baumgartel and Zink Emma FH.
The total is 74.088 and a new first place so far.
So that is the new score to beat.
It's an 11.
But now we have a rider for Switzerland. It is Emma Grantit and Quibel, an 11-year-old mare by quarterback 6. It's her second European Championships. Rode a different horse in the juniors last year, finishing 25th individually. Last time out, they finished 4th in the individual, 71.147%. So starting their test now. It is Emma Granditz and Quibel for Switzerland. Just be a little bit more uphill in this trot work. Just looking a little bit quick at times. Yeah, losing the balance around those turns. Just do with a little bit more collection on the hind leg. Lovely stretch. Keeping that nose nicely out. Yeah, some nice steps again there. Just needing more uphill tendency. Getting a little bit wide behind at times. Much more accurate through those half 10-meter circles. Yeah, just generally in the trot work, I'd like to see more balance on the hind leg. It just looked at times like it was a little bit on the forehand and sometimes a little bit running as well. If she could just get more under with the hind leg, it would just change the picture slightly. Nice relaxation in the walk. Nice and active. Now needs to watch the rhythm in the collective walk. Better going in. Yeah, and again needs to keep the clear rhythm through the walk pirouette. Again, a little bit the same here in the canter with the balance. It's just looking a little bit flat. You want to see more uphill tendency. Good, clear difference shown. Again, would like to see it a little bit more uphill. Probably sound like a bit of a broken record. Lovely collection into the walk. Just lost a little bit of the straightness, but beautiful transition up into the canter. Again, lovely change at eye. You can really see there the balance going onto the forehand in the extended canter. So coming down now to finish their test, it is Switzerland's Emma Granditz and Obel. They were 27th in the team test yesterday with a score of 69.121.
Obel and Emma Granditz from Switzerland. Thank you.
And a score, it is 69.735. Very consistent over the 2 days. Scored 69.121 yesterday, 69.735 today, and into ninth for Emma Granditz.
And the next one.
So next into the arena, it is Rose Oatley. She rides Summon Act 7, an 8-year-old mare by Rocco Granata by San Remo OLD. Rose, a multi-medalist. She's won 4 team golds now including yesterday's, a team bronze from the Pony European Championships in 2019. Lots of individual gold medals as well on her pony Daddy Moon. Very experienced young rider. Competed in the juniors in 2022, finishing 32nd with Veneno. But yesterday they took the win in the team test with 74.424%. Last time out in the junior individual, they won in Hagen with 75.784%. So in for Germany now, it is Rose Oatley and Summernacht 7. Just lost a bit of the fluency out of the halt into the trot. Really super steps in the medium trot. 3 8s and 2 8.5s. Lovely and uphill in the shoulder in. So much expression in this trot work. Nice balance through the half 10-meter circles. Taking a good stretch down and taking that nose out as well. Very well ridden. Keeping a beautiful rhythm. Shoulder in really is something quite special. Really nice balance throughout the trot work. Great ground cover in the walk. Nice activity. Just a little bit wide behind in the walk pirouette. Super ground cover here in the extended walk. Really walking over the back, really nice and supple through the body. Yeah, again, needs just a little bit more collection in the walk going into that walk pirouette. It's so hard when these horses with a big walk, with a big overtrack, have to really, really collect them to go into the walk pirouette to keep that activity. She's jumped back up into the lead, 77.8. So many 8s coming through from the judges. short behind in the change after the medium trot. Lovely transition back up into the canter. Beautiful. So straight, so uphill, so expressive. This is going to be one heck of a score to beat. So coming down into their final halt, it is Rose Oatley and Summon Act 7 for Germany. What a test, what a rider. Absolutely beautiful to watch.
And Rose Oatley for Germany.
What a talented young rider. 78.03%. Absolutely huge score, a personal best. A couple of 79s from the judges. A really, really stunning job from Rose Oatley. She goes into gold medal position, a huge 4% ahead of her score just yesterday in the team competition.
Now the next horse, VHS
So into the arena now. It is a rider for Ukraine. It is Danylo Konovalov, and he rides VHS Koncetti,
representing
an
Ukraine.
11-year-old stallion. They were 53rd in the team test with 66.606. He's competed, this horse, at many European championships. Competed in the children's in 2018 and 2019, and then in 2020, 2021, and in 2022 he competed in juniors. Obviously back again this year as a junior. Last time out they were 18th. That was in Lea. Scored 62.059%. So starting their test now for the Ukraine, it is Danylo Konovalov and VHS Koncetti. Nice cadence here in the medium trot. Keeping a good rhythm across the diagonal. Clear transitions. Quite a lot of neck bend there. Needed to be a little bit more supple, a little bit more balanced. Keeping that nice rhythm. Again, just struggling a little bit with the balance through the lateral work. Needs to take much more stretch. Didn't even really see him change the length of the rein there. Yeah, it just needs a bit more push in the extended trot. And keeping that lovely cadence and rhythm throughout the trot. Do with a little bit more bend through the body in the half pass. Just slightly tilted a little bit. Needs to be careful of this walk rhythm in the collective walk. Just going a bit lateral there. Yeah, slightly better in the extended walk in the rhythm. Still not really clear, but it is slightly better. Could have more freedom in the shoulder there. You can just see it looking a little bit tight in front. Again here, the lateral walk really showing up in the collected. Again, the same as in the trot, a bit of a head tilt in the canter half pass. Could have been a little bit clearer on the aids in the flying change. Nice steps here in the medium canter. Lovely and uphill. Good there in the flying change at the end. Again, not a clear rhythm in the walk, but good transitions. Slightly better there in the flying change at eye. Still a little bit croup high, could have been a bit more uphill, but certainly better than the first one. So finishing their test now, it is Danylo Konovalov and VHS Koncetti for the Ukraine. Scored 66.606 in the team test for 53rd place.
From the Ukraine. Thank you.
So we have a score in. It is 64.294% into 14th for Danylo and Konovalov.
5-3 at M,
VHS Concetti.
64.265, and at B 64.559, the total 64.294. Bonjour, Mailund, 12 years old, Danish Warmblad Stallion by
Next up, we
Boje
have a
Dinois,
combination for
and
Italy.
ridden by
It is Lilla
Felini,
Felini.
representing Hungary.
Sorry, not Italy, it's Hungary. Getting my flags mixed up. And she is riding Bonjour Majland, a 12-year-old stallion. They're 46th in the team test with 67.394. This is her 5th European Championships. Started competing this horse in 2020 in the juniors. Previously had taken part in the children's. And last year they finished 20th individually. So in now for Hungary, it is Lilla Felini and Bonjour Majland. Last time out, they scored 67.03 in this test for 6th place. Nice rhythm there through the shoulder in. Just lost a little bit of the rhythm in the medium trot to begin with, just one step. Again, could just stretch more there, but keeping really nice in the trot. Great ground cover there in the extended trot. Could just have a little bit more push from behind. Good from the shoulder in, keeping that lovely uphill frame through those half circles. Again, just riding those half circles a little bit too deep. Not deep in the frame, but deep in the actual circle and the shape. Fairly nice activity here in the walk. Just a little bit of tension. Could have been more supple over the back. Losing a bit of that march in the extended walk. Yeah, I'd like to see more difference in the ground cover in that extended walk. Better in the pirouette right. not quite straight in the flying changer eye. Pigeons causing havoc again. Yeah, again, in the flying change, it was a little bit in front, behind, and then a little bit slow to change in front. Nice bending through the body in the canter half pass. Again, just needs to work on the straightness in those flying changes, especially when they're on the centre line, because the judges can really see how straight they actually are. And of course, they can't then lean on the outside of the arena. There we have it for Lilla Felini and Bonjour Majlond for Hungary.
Bonjour Majlond and Lilla Felini.
Scored 67.394 yesterday. And it's an improvement up to 69.265 and into 11th.
24 at C, 70.294 at M, 69.853, and at B, 69.412. The total, 69.265.
Just running slightly ahead of time. Next rider due in at 15 minutes past 10. Sorry, 11. And here they come. It is Brianna Alexandra Vintila and Inanna B, a 10-year-old mare by Painted Black. They finished 24th in the team test of 69.394.
Alexandra Vintila representing Portugal.
This is their second junior Europeans together. Competed last year at Hartbury, finished 30th in the team competition and 21st individually. Last time out, they had a win in Jerez with a score of 69.118. So starting now, it is for Portugal. Brianna Alexandra Vintila and Inanna B. Unfortunately, a bit unsteady there in the halt. Really super steps in the medium trot. Really nice in the frame, beautifully uphill. A bit too much angle there. Sometimes just went on to 4 tracks instead of keeping to the 3. Taking the stretch, just needs to push the nose out a little bit. Just creeping a bit behind the vertical. Again, really lovely in the extended trot. Just a little bit unsteady in the contact as she came back from the shoulder in. Needs to keep the bend through the body there in the half pass to the right. Lost the bend a bit in the walk pirouette. And just curling up a little bit there in the frame in the extended walk. Well controlled then. I think he thought he was going to be going into canter. Lost a little bit of the suppleness, but a good save from Brianna. Lovely expressive flying change. Plenty of power here in the medium canter. Just looked a little bit short behind. Not sure if it was. Just held himself a little bit in the move off up into canter. Slightly open mouth as she came into the half pass, but keeping really good jump throughout all of this canter. Really nice activity. Plenty of extended trot. She really went for it then. So coming down the centre line for Portugal, it is Brianna Alexandra Vintila and Inanna B.
Inanna B and Brianna Alexandra Vintila from Portugal. Thank you.
Yesterday was on 69.394. We just wait for one more score to come through. And the next rider is already into the arena. And we have a score. It is at 68.559 into 12th there for Brianna and Inanna for Portugal. But now it is the turn of Spain.
68.559.
Now Eurita Lopez and Viriathos Van GC, an 8-year-old stallion by Vitalis. They were 63rd in the team test with a score of 64.363. It's their first European Championships. Last time out, they finished 14th in the individual, 65.578%.
We have Viriathos Van GC and Nilia Vrutia Lopez representing Spain.
So in for Spain now, it is Nal Urrutia Lopez and Viriathos Van GC. Not quite staying still for very long in that first initial halt on the centre line. Was in a bit of a rush to get going. Some nice steps in the medium trot. Bit of a head tilt there in the shoulder in. I'd like to see the horse a little bit more supple over the back. Lovely cadence there in the trot. Could stretch down a little bit more. Nice that she kept the frame nice and open in the stretching, but needs to stretch down and keep the trot in the same tempo. Yeah, really nice steps in the extended trot. Those pigeons, they're up to mischief again. Again, a bit of a head tilt there in the shoulder in. Good balance through the half 10-meter circles as she comes into the half pass. Very large into that first walk pirouette. Lost a bit of the connection to the bridle as well. The rhythm not always 100% clear in the collected walk. And you can see there just before she goes into the walk pirouette, the rhythm just losing its 4 beat. Nice direct transition down into the walk. Slightly unsteady in the contact up to the canter. Losing the straightness in the flying change. Again, we'd like to see a much bigger difference in the extended canter. Very modest. So there we have it for Nayurita Lopez and Veriathas Van GC. For Spain, 64.363 yesterday in the team test. Looking like they're going to have an improvement on that in this individual.
And Nayurita Lopez. Thank you.
And it is a score of 65.912%. And into 16th place for Nayurita Lopez and Veriathas Van GC.
At M, 65.588 and at B, 65.441. The final score is 65.912. And now Kenzo, 8 years old Danish warmblad girl.
Next up, it is a rider from Bulgaria. It is Andrea Krastiva. She's riding Kenzo, an 8-year-old gelding by freestyle out of Dinois 3. They were 68th in the team test with 60.606. Competed this horse in the 2021 Children's European Championships. Finished 14th in the team competition and 11th in the preliminary A. Last time out, they finished 9th in the individual competition with 59.166. So in the arena now for Bulgaria, it is Andrea Krastiva and Kenzo. just trotted into the halt on the centre line. Bit of disruption there at the beginning of the medium trot. Not sure if that was pigeon related again, but an issue with the rhythm there. Just coming off of the track slightly in the shoulder in. Just getting a little bit too much neck bend. Would like to see more bend through the entirety of the horse's body. Fairly nice stretch there, really allowing the horse to go down and out. Better transition into the extended trot. Just a little bit on the forehand, could do with more of an uphill frame. The angle was just a little bit too steep in the shoulder in, and therefore she lost a bit of the impulsion. Quite large in the walk pirouette. Just tipping that balance again onto the forehand. Be a bit more active here in the walk. Yeah, just losing the activity through all of the walk. Needs to be careful of the walk rhythm at times as well. Nice transition up into the canter. Again, could be just a little bit more uphill. The quarters leading there towards the end of the half pass. Nice transition back up into the canter. Again, just generally would like to see more of an uphill tendency through the test. Unsteady there in the contact in the half pass. Losing the straightness in the change, quarters coming in. Yeah, losing the straightness as well in the extended canter. You could see the horse just bringing the quarters in. So it was a bit more of a half pass. So there we have it for Andrea Kristeva and Kenzo for Bulgaria. They finished 68th yesterday
and Kenzo
with a score of 60.606.
Thank you.
Looks like it's going to be a similar score today. Might even be a personal best for them. It is a score of 60.235 and a personal best for Andrea Kristeva and Kenzo for Bulgaria. So we just go into another short break now. The next horse into the arena will come in at 11:54. So make sure you join us back then.
And now
we can tell you the leader. It is 78.03 with Rose Oatley and Summonac 7. That is the gold medal position. That's the score to beat. So we're halfway through this part 1 of the junior individual test. Join us back in around 15 minutes, 11:54 for the next rider.
And the ranking after the first 18 competitors in the prize of Piker CEE. In the lead, Sommernacht and Rose Oatley from Germany with a percentage of 78.030. And second place, Sink Emma FH and Lana Pinu Baumgürtel with a percentage of 74.088. 73.853 in third, Belladonna and Josephine Ruppert from Germany. In fourth, Caporal de Massa and Mette Dahl from Great Britain with a percentage of 72.412. And in fifth, Askari Pileker and Sofia Boje Obel Jørgensen from Denmark with 72.265. Here in the prize of Piker CEE. The Piker CEE GmbH is a company of the Piker family and was founded in 2015 with a headquarters in Bad Homburg. As a development company, Piker CEE is primarily dedicated to customer-oriented solutions for communication systems in equestrian sports and outdoor sports as well as in industry. In addition, Piker CEE develops technical products for the of equestrian sport.
Den Schatten hinter dir siehst du nicht an dunklen Tagen, doch du weißt, er existiert. Das Lachen fällt dir schwer, fühlst dich nicht in der Lage, als hättest du's verlernt. Doch du kannst dieses Leben, wenn du tanzt. Ist der Regen aus Gold, Regen aus Gold, ja. Und Farben an jeder Wand, da sind Millionen Farben, wenn du tanzt. Millionen Farben an dir dran.
And the prize of Piker CEE FEI Junior Individual. The first part, the next horse, it's Hocus Pocus, an 11 years old KWPN gelding by Westenwind and Rubels.
Welcome back
and ridden
after
by
the break.
Emmanuel
We are
Vascarius,
halfway through today's
representing
junior
Luxembourg.
individual competition. But today, we've had some great competitors come through already. The score to beat in gold medal position is 78.03, and that is of Rose Oatley. But now we have a rider from Luxembourg. It is Emmanuelle Wolf-Carius, and she is riding Hocus Pocus, an 11-year-old gelding. They were 22nd in the team test with 69.909. It's their first European Championships. Last time out, they were 5th in this test with 69.02% in Gesterin. So welcoming into the arena now for Luxembourg, it is Emmanuelle Wolf-Carius and Hocus Pocus. A lovely entry. Lots of cadence in the trot. Beautifully uphill in the medium trot. Could just let that frame out just a little bit there in the medium. Be a little bit softer through the back. Yeah, I'd just like to see more suppleness over the back there, especially in the half pass. Lost a bit of the bend through the body. And here in the stretching, nice stretching down, just needs to take that nose out so that the horse remains on the vertical. Yeah, would like to see more push from the hind leg, a bit more engagement. Was a bit too similar to the medium trot. You want to see a clear difference between the medium and the extended trot. A slight tilt in the shoulder in. And again, like we saw with some of the riders this morning, just riding far too much down the centre line in those half 10-metre circles. A little bit tight here in the collective walk, losing the activity. You can see how really working hard with her leg there to get him more in front of the leg. Yeah, losing a bit of the rhythm, but nice and centered in the walk pirouette. Again, here the same as the stretch in the trot, just curling behind the bit. Yeah, just generally in the walk, it needs to be a lot more active. Again, lost the rhythm there in the walk pirouette. Bit of a head tilt here in the canter half pass. Nice there in the change. Great energy in the medium canter and clear transitions there as well, with a lovely flying change at F. Some good marks coming through now. Oh, just stopped up in the walk. Again, another thing that quite a lot of the riders are doing is not really riding those half passes in collected canter. It's a little bit too forward for collected canter. And the same as in the trot for this rider, not really showing a clear difference between the medium and the extended. So finishing their test there, it is Emmanuel Wolfkarius and Hocus Pocus for Luxembourg.
Hocus Pocus and Emmanuel Wolfkarius from Luxembourg. Thank you.
So a score in 68.529.
69.118 at age 67.
That's enough to put Emmanuel into 13th place.
794. At M, 68.676, and at B, 69.412. And the final score, 68.529. Dancing Queen BC, an 18 years old Hanoverian mare.
Next up, we have a rider for Hungary. It is Nora Kodi. She's riding Dancing Queen BC, 18-year-old mare by Don Crusader. They were 44th yesterday with 67.485%. It's her first European Championships. Last time out, they competed in Samorin. Scored 64.902 for 4th place in this junior individual test. Coming down the centre line, Nora Kodi and Dancing Queen BC for Hungary. Just slightly coming off of the track. Quite a big tilt there as well in the shoulder in. Good rhythm here in the trot. Could just stretch a little bit more there. And again, come back into better self-carriage on the pickup. Yeah, nice in the extended trot. Again, there you'd want to see a little bit more self-carriage and a clear bend to the inside in the trot half pass. The rider just having to carry the horse a little bit, and therefore you can see a bit of a tilt come through. Could be more centered in the walk pirouette. Losing a bit of the activity in the walk. Good clear walk, 4-beat rhythm though. We're seeing quite a lot of horses that have come out of that 4-beat rhythm this morning. So nice to see one that can manage to keep the rhythm throughout all of the walk work. Have a little bit more jump there in the extended canter. Just losing the uphill tendency slightly, but lovely flying change. Super direct transitions. Lovely bending here in the canter half pass. Super change. Again, just remember that's meant to be collected canter. All of these riders just riding a little bit too forward in the collected canter. She really went for that extended canter there, very brave. Could have just been a little bit more uphill for the higher marks. But what a great test she's riding. It is Nora Kodi and Dancing Queen at BC for Hungary.
Dancing Queen BC and Nora Kodi from Hungary.
And we
Thank
have
you.
another personal best coming through now. It is 68.264 for Nora and Dancing Queen BC for Hungary. That puts them into 4th place.
At M 68.382 and at B 68.088. The total, it's 68.264. Bodyguard.
Next up is a rider for Austria. It is Florentina Yobst and Bodyguard 49, a 14-year-old stallion by Burlington FRH. A very experienced rider, has competed through ponies in 2019, 2020 and 2021, moved up to juniors in 2022. So 5th European Championships in total. Finished 7th in the team test individually with 72.636%. Last time out, they scored 73.118 in this individual test. So starting the test now. It is Florentina Yobst and Bodyguard 49 for Austria. Lovely ground cover there in the medium. Really super steps. Great elasticity in the trot. Really lovely in the frame throughout this trot work so far. Really clear trot rhythm. Nice there in the stretch, really taking the nose out as well as down. And again, maintaining that trot through the half circle. Some good steps there. Could have been a clearer difference between that extended trot and the medium trot. Really lovely and supple through the shoulder in. Nice balance here. Good active collective walk. Yeah, nicely done. Could have been a little bit more uphill. Just at times we can see the mouth open slightly. Great ground cover here in the extended walk. Nice activity. Just lost the rhythm a little bit in that second walk pirouette, but nicely centered. And that's the risk, isn't it? Do they make these walk pirouettes really small and risk losing the rhythm? Just a little bit of tension there at A. Oh, lost the straightness in that flying change. Very expressive. Losing a little bit of the uphill frame in the extended canter, but great ground cover. Really lovely power through the canter. Great jump. Lovely transitions in the simple change. Little bit of tension in the walk. Could have been a little bit more relaxed in the walk, but really super uphill transition into the canter. Much better there in the flying change on the center line. Lots of 8s coming through. Yeah, nice in the extended canter. And that time showed a difference between the medium canter and the extended canter, which is good. So coming towards their halt to finish their test, it is Florentina Yobst and Bodyguard 49 for Austria. Scored 72.636 in the team test. I think she's going to be looking to improve on that today. And she goes into bronze medal position. It is 73.971% and a personal best. A fantastic job from Florentina going into bronze medal position.
73.971, a new personal best, and in third place so far.
Next into the arena, we have a rider for Sweden. It is Unisco Rosen, and she is riding Netstatrite Smirnov, an 11-year-old gelding by Glocks Romanov.
And ridden by Unisco Rosen.
It's their first European Championships. Was 36th in the team test with 68.121. Last time out, they finished 17th in Ramen in this test with 66.716%. So coming into the arena for Sweden, it is Unisco Rosen and Netstatrite Smirnov for Sweden. Nice ground cover in the medium trot. Could have just had a little bit better balance in front. She doesn't want to ride any quicker. At times it can look a little bit hurried. Yeah, just losing the balance at times. So it's a little bit too quick. Some nice stretching. Could have a little bit more push from the hind leg there in the extended trot. Great positioning in the shoulder in. Again, just needs to be careful the tempo isn't a little bit too quick. Quite large there in the walk pirouette. Needs to keep that walk rhythm, that 4 beat. Just looking a little bit off in the rhythm. Also could see a little bit more freedom of the shoulder, but really lovely there in the stretch, taking that nose out and down. Bit of disobedience there in the collected walk, and then large into that canter pirouette. Lovely there in the change. Good direct transition, just needs to be clearer there in the walk rhythm. A little bit of tension in the walk. I think that's the thing in those simple changes. The horses know that they're going up into the canter, so some of them can get a little bit excited and anticipating that transition. Lost a bit of the straightness in the flying change. Super in the extended canter. Really good energy. So coming to the end of their test, it is Unisco Rosen and Nedstritens Smirnov for Sweden. 36th in the team test yesterday, 68.121.
Rosen from Sweden. Thank you.
Personal best score of 67.059. Not sure she's going to quite make it up to that. Just a few imbalances, and obviously the little problem before the second walk pirouette couple of one and twos from the judges. So we have a score. It is 66.618 and into 19th place there for Uni for Sweden. And now we have another rider in for Sweden.
The total 66.61.
It is Maya Hermason.
And
she's riding First and Hit.
It's First and Hit.
They were 18th in the team competition with 70.334. It's a 10-year-old mare by First and Bull. It's their first European Championships. Last time out, they competed in Ixlu. Scored 65.196 in the junior test. So into the arena now. Maya Hermansson and First and Hit for Sweden. Lots of ground cover there in the medium trot. Really super line, lovely there in the frame. Lots of expression in this trot work. Just needs to be careful that the nose doesn't creep a little bit behind the vertical. Really nice rhythm through this trot work. Lovely stretching. Really, really super. Trot stayed the same. It didn't speed up. Really took that stretch down and out. Some of the best stretching work actually that we've seen today. Again, just going too far down the centre line in those half 10-metre circles. Really super here in the trot work. Generally, First and Bulls have a good walk. Just could do with a little bit more activity here in the collected walk. Stuck there in the walk pirouette. Yeah, it just needs to have a bit more activity in the walk. Taking a lovely stretch down. Could have a little bit more ground cover here in the extended walk. Nicely centered in the pirouette to the right. just losing the activity through all of the walk work. You can see how much that's cost her. She was sitting on 73.74 and now down to 70.8 with those, well, with the stuck pirouette. That really didn't help. But then some 5.5s and 6s in the walk work. So it really is quite expensive. Coming back up now with the canter. Lovely flying change. Some nice expression. Just a little bit abrupt from the walk to, sorry, from the canter to the walk. Didn't really keep the fluency and then came again far too far down the centre line. Too much walk. Lovely straight changes. Yeah, nicely ridden. So coming down the centre line now for Sweden. It is Maya Hermansson and first and hit.
First net and Maya Hermansson from Sweden. Thank you.
Another personal best coming through.
And the score
it is 71.706 and into 7th place there for Maya Hermansson.
71.765 at M 72.5
and a lovely
and
first and hit
70.588.
for Sweden.
It's a new personal best for her with a percentage of 71.706. And it's rank 7.
So into the arena now, it is the turn of the Austrian rider Katia Lamba and Horizont. It's a 9-year-old gelding by Salsivano. It's her first European Championships. Yesterday finished 67th with 62.909%. Last time out, they finished 10th. Was 63.971. So in now for Austria, it is Katia Lamba and Horizont. Just needs to be careful of the rhythm. Just one little blip over the centre line. Needs to keep that uphill tendency through those half 10-meter circles. Just a little bit better self-carriage needed. Needs to show much more stretch. But keeping a lovely rhythm in the trot. Plenty of cadence in the trot work as well. Oh, again, just a little blip in the rhythm at the beginning. Oh, a bit of a break. Well recovered. Into a nice shoulder in. Better balance in those half tens. Nice activity here in the walk. Needs to be careful of that rhythm. Well-centered pirouette. Again, really nice and marching there in the extended walk. Could have just had a little bit more relaxation there in the extended walk. Losing the activity, just stuck slightly. Yeah, lost the balance. Didn't help with the droppings going into the walk pirouette there. Lovely expression in the flying change. Got better as she went on there in the medium canter, sorry. Started it a little bit late and it just, the first couple of steps went a little bit onto the forehand, but then it got better as it went on across the diagonal. Again, a few too many walk steps in the simple change, but lovely uphill transition into canter. Needs a little bit more bend there in the canter half pass. Some nice steps, not a lot of difference shown between the medium and the extended. She was a little bit modest there. She could have gone for it a little bit more. So now down into the halt for Katia Lamba and Horizont for Austria. Scored 62.909 in the team test, so huge improvement. It is a score of 66.5
And her result, judged
and into 21st place
at age
for Katia Lamba and Horizon.
66.324. At M, 65.882, and at B, 65.588. And it's 66.5 in total.
So next in is a rider for Great Britain, building. They finished 12th in the team test with 71.121 and helped Great Britain pick up that team bronze medal. Her first European Championships. Last time out, she competed at Wellington and was second in the individual, 70.588%. Ranked 24th. So coming onto the centre line now to start their test, it is Isla Sully and Vagabond de Massa. Super ground cover here in the medium trot. Lovely clear transitions. Lots of lovely cadence in the trot work as well. Great energy in the trot work. Lovely balance through the half 10-meter circles. Super rhythm here in the trot. Needs to take that stretch a little bit more. Yeah, not enough stretch shown there. Tracking up beautifully in the extended trot. Only thing is, there wasn't a lot of difference between the medium trot and the extended trot. Such lovely balance through the trot work, keeping that rhythm really, really lovely. Very well ridden by Isla. Nicely ridden into the walk pirouette, kept the bend nicely, kept the activity. just needs to be a little bit careful there of the tempo in the walk, just a little bit hurried. You can see the horse anticipating there as she comes back into the collective walk. Want to see a bit more over track as well in the extended walk. He's definitely knowing that that canter transition's coming up. Just some tension creeping in there in the walk. Could have a little bit more jump into an uphill frame in this canter. Lovely flying change. Beautifully straight. Yeah, nice transitions into and out of the medium canter. Could just have been a little bit more uphill. Very well ridden. Again, beautifully straight through those transitions. Again, could just do with a little bit more jump in the canter. Lovely expression through the changes. She just needs to keep this extended canter a little bit more uphill. Yeah, I could just have a bit more freedom of the shoulder, a bit more uphill tendency in the extended canter. But coming down the centre line now to finish her test, it is Isla Sully and a Vagabond de Massa for Great Britain. Finished on 71.121% in the team competition. Helped pick up that bronze. It's looking like it's going to be a fairly similar mark today.
Vagabond de Massa and Isla Sully from Great Britain. Thank you.
And it's another personal best, 71.765, and into 7th place for Isla Sully and Vagabond de Massa for Great Britain.
059 at M 72.353 and at B 72.059. A new personal best, rank 7 with a percentage of 71.765.
Now into the arena we have our individual rider for Croatia. It is Tonka Kovic and Belanto. A 14-year-old geldings by Bellissimo. Finished 54th in the team competition with 66.576%. His first European Championships. She scored 63.186% in Samrin. That was their last time out. That was for 7th place. Ranked 111th. So coming down the centre line now for Croatia, it is Tonka Kovic and Beltano. Unfortunately, just changed coming in and then got distracted in the halt. Some nice steps in the medium trot. Could show a little bit more collection in the return from the medium. Could bend more through the body in those half 10-meter circles. Keeping the rhythm nicely though through this lateral work. And maintaining that here in the stretch. Could just take that stretch down a little bit more, stretching out nicely, but just needs to take the stretch down. Could have had a little bit more power in the extended trot. Just lacking a bit of engagement. A bit of a tilt coming through, but a nice shoulder in and through into the 10-meter circles. Lovely active walk. Just lost the contact a little bit going into the walk pirouette there. Just the first step. Lots of ground cover. Keeping a really good walk through this collected walk. And again, I think she just asked a little bit too much coming back for the walk pirouette, and just kind of puts a little pause, like too much of a half halt really, as she goes into the walk pirouette, and then the horse is thinking backwards going into the walk pirouette. Just a bit unsteady to the bridle in the canter half pass and the flying change. Not straight there through the, losing the balance, coming back and just throwing in an extra few flying changes. She's ready for the Grand Prix though with those. Fairly nice through the simple change. Just needed to maintain the straightness on the centre line. Yeah, again, a bit of an issue with the straightness again. Was a bit quarters leading through the half pass and then lost the straightness in the in the flying change, and again had some issues with the changes in the extended canter. There we have it for Tonka Kovic and Beltano for Croatia. Unfortunately, too many mistakes today to get the 66% that they got yesterday. So we just wait for a couple of judges to confirm their scores before we can bring that to you. One more rider left to go before the third break. And then 8 riders after the break to finish off this part 1 of the junior individual competition. So still waiting for scores, but into the arena now it is Alfonso Ruiz Velasco, and he is riding Diaka, a 16-year-old mare. They were 52nd in the team test with 66.667. It is Alfonso's second European Championships, competed in the Children's Europeans in 2021, finished 22nd individually. And here's, got a score? Let me just refresh my page. Yes, we have a score. It is 59.882 for Tonka Kovic and Beltano. That puts them into 26th. But now we concentrate on Alfonso Ruiz Velasco and Diaka. Last time out, they had a third place in this individual test with 66.814. A little bit hurried there into the medium trot. Lovely cadence here in the trot. Just lost a bit of the angle in the shoulder in and was a little bit too much neck bend. I just needed to bring those shoulders in a little bit more. It needs to be more supple to the bend there in the half pass. Keeping really nice there in the trot. Could just take that stretch down a little bit. Some nice steps, just a bit wide behind in the extended trot. Better angle there in the shoulder in. Just at times losing a bit of the connection, just getting a little bit unsteady in the contact. Judges would like to see the horse in self-carriage. A little bit tight here in the walk. Definitely would like to see more suppleness over the back. Rhythm not entirely clear through the walk pirouette. Again, just needs a bit more ground cover in the extended walk. The walk generally just needs to be more supple over the back. The horse just holding herself. Sorry. More centered pirouette that time. Just could have done with a little bit more activity. Nice there through the half pass. Again, the same as in the trot, just a little bit hurried in the extension. Some tension there in the walk. Nice transitions though. Good in the canter half pass, just lost the straightness in the flying change, unfortunately. So coming down to finish their test, it is Alfonso Ruiz Velasco, and he is riding Di Yaka, representing Spain. Scored 66.667, so looking like it's going to be a similar percentage again today for Alfonso. It is a personal best of 66.912 for Alfonso, and that puts him into 21st place. So we head again into a short break. The next rider in is at 1:21. That's for the last part of this junior individual for part one. Have 8 riders coming in after the break.
Total of 66.912.
But the score to beat in gold medal position is 78.03%, and that is of Germany's Rose Oatley. So join us in just a few moments' time when we'll be back in with our next combination at 1:21.
The score of Beltano and Tonka Kovic from Croatia, judge at East 58.529 at age 62.206 at C, 59.559 at M, 58.235 and at B 60.882, the total 59.882. And now we have a break about 13 minutes for coffee and for maintenance the arena. And then we expect the next rider at 1:21. And the ranking. Still in the lead, Rose Odile in Sommernacht with a percentage of 78.03. Zink Emma FH and Lana Pinu Baumgürtel in second place. In third place, Florentina Yobst and Bodyguard for Austria, 73.971. And Josephine Ruppert from Germany and Bella Donna in fourth with 73.853. With a percentage of 72.412 in fifth, Caporal de Massa and Mette Dahl from Great Britain.
Everybody knows I'm loud. Everybody knows I'm fast. Go ahead and slip, I'll slide. All up in your B.O.D. Wow. Babe, don't make a sound. 2 a.m. love, gotta keep it down. Don't wait around for a signal now. Give me some verb, I ain't talking now. You wanna ride in the 6? You wanna dine in the 6? But when I lean for the kiss, you said I'll probably send you some pics. And I'm like, hell nah, been waiting too long. Brando, hell nah. I want that cruel love, Mr. Worldwide. Body in my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body in my, finding all my innocence. Yeah, body in my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body in my, finding all my innocence. She got the body of a goddess, booty so big you can see it from the front. I wanna ride. night together from now on till forever. Boom, 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 boom. I wanna go boom, boom. Let's spend the night together, together in my room. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Let's spend the night together from now on till forever. Boom, 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 boom. I wanna go boom, boom. Let's spend the night together, together in my room. La 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 la
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see the next part of the FEI Junior Individual and the prize of Piker CEE. And we're waiting for the next horse. It's a 13 years old KWP Gelding by Vivaldi and Gabor and ridden by Odile Fari from Belgium.
Welcome back to this fourth and final part of the junior individual competition. We have 8 riders left to go in this part 1. And up next, it is the Belgian dressage rider, Odile Fari. And she is riding Frappant, a 13-year-old gelding by Vivaldi. They were 51st in the team competition with 66.818%. So, for Belgium, Odile Fari and Frappant. Nicely into the medium trot. Really good push from the hind leg. Nice into the shoulder in. Could just be a little bit more supple over the back. Good rhythm here in the trot. Could just take the stretch down. Yeah, better there towards the end of that half 20-meter circle. Losing a little bit of the rhythm in the extended trot. Good positioning in the shoulder in, nicely on 3 tracks. Could have been a little bit more centered. It's quite hurried in this collected walk. You want to see the activity, but it was a little bit too quick in the tempo. Again there, just a little bit hurried as he came into the walk pirouette. Much better centered in the pirouette there to the right. just at times opening the mouth here. Good steps in the medium. Good transitions as well, showing a clear difference into the medium and back to the collected canter. Well ridden through the simple change. Could have had a couple less walk steps. Nice there in the change. Yeah, I'd like to see more difference between the medium canter and the extended canter. Still nice ground cover. So finishing the test now is Odile Fari and Ruppert for Belgium. It is their second European Championships together. Competed last year, finished 51st in the individual. Looking like it's going to be a big improvement on their individual mark in the team test a couple of days ago. Scored 66.818 there, and it's a personal best of 70.088% today. That's enough to put them into 13th position at the moment.
70.735 and it'd be 69.559. It's a new personal best for her with a percentage of 70.088. Next us to go is cadence.
So up next, it is a rider for the Netherlands, Anique Vandos, riding cadence, an 8-year-old gelding by Chameur. Finished 45th in the team competition with 67.424. It is Anique's second European Championships. Competed in the Children's Europeans in 2019. Picked up a team silver there and finished 4th individually in the team competition and 6th in the individual. Last time out, they had a 3rd place in this individual test with 70.343. Ranked 37th. So coming down the centre line now for the Netherlands, it is Anique Vandos and cadence. A lovely entry. Really good start for this pair. Great activity in the trot. Lovely and uphill through the medium trot. A bit of tension there around the corner. can see the horse's mouth opening just slightly there in the shoulder in. Just needs a little bit more self-carriage through those two half 10-meter circles and the half pass there. The nose just sneaking a little bit behind the vertical. And a little bit of tension around that corner. I think it must be that big screen. Nice stretching there. Just needs the nose a little bit more forward. Anique managing that tension really well. A little bit hurried into the extended trot. Yeah, just needs a bit more suppleness over the back coming into that half pass. Good activity in the collected walk. Could have just had a little bit more collection. It was a little bit free. This walk could just be a little bit more relaxed. Needs a little bit more suppleness over that top line. But just getting a little bit distracted of what's going on around the outside of the arena. Yeah, pretty nice there into the change. Again, we'd just like to see a little bit more suppleness over the back. Some nice steps in the medium. Just backing off her aids slightly in the transition up to canter. Bit of swinging there in the flying change on the centre line. Needs to keep the relaxation over the back and the straightness. So coming down the centre line now to finish their test. It is Anique Vandos and Cadence for the Netherlands. Their personal best is 70.343.
Thank you.
Just trending slightly below that. But they might just make it into the 70s. It looks like they will. And we have a score. It is 70.059, a 3% improvement from their team test. That's enough to put them into individual 14th.
And the total is 70.059. Now we're going to see
so moving on, we have a combination for Finland
by Romanov and Zolos Lantinos, and ridden by Matilda Biser.
It is Matilda Biser and Skovens Rosseli, a 14-year-old gelding by Glocks Romanov. Finished 58th in the team test with 66.121%. It is her second European Championships, competed in the ponies in 2020, finishing individual 46th. And last time out in this individual test, they scored 66.372 for 18th place. So coming in to start their test, it is Matilda Biser and Skovens Rosseli for Finland. Plenty of activity there in the medium trot. Lovely and forward. Keeping that lovely trot rhythm through those half circles. Just slightly coming behind the vertical. Really lovely stretch. Maintaining a really lovely balance in the trot. Unfortunately, just a little bit of tension when she picked up. Again, the pole just getting a little bit low. Needs to go into a much more secure, steady contact. Slightly off in the rhythm here in the walk. Yeah, and stepped wide behind. Losing a bit of the activity in the extended walk. Really needs to keep that good marching in the 4-beat rhythm. Again, could just be a bit more centered in the walk pirouette. A little bit short behind in the flying change. Good ground cover in the medium. Could be just a little bit more uphill for the bigger marks. Yeah, and losing the straightness up into the canter. Nice through the change. Much more correct than the last one. Again, just losing that uphill tendency in the extended canter. So coming down now, finishing their test. It is Matilda Biser and Scovens Rosseli for Finland. A score of 66.121 yesterday. Looks like it's going to be slightly higher than that today in the individual.
Finland. Thank you.
And it's a score of 67.559 and into 21st place for Matilda and Scovens Rosseli.
At M65.5
1.5% improvement from the team test score.
971 and a total of 67.559.
And in for Poland now, it is Nelly Sela and High Bid VDT. An 11-year-old gelding by Harmonies Rosso. They finished 39th in the team test with 67.988%. It's their first European Championships. Last time out, they competed in Pilisasfalu in Budapest. Was second in the individual test with 68.578%. So starting their test for Poland, it is Nelly Sela and Hybrid VDT. Oh, that's a shame. Just had a break in the medium trot. That's very expensive. 4 threes, in fact, and a 2. Nice rhythm here in the trot. Could just take that stretch down a little further. Like to see a bit more engagement from the hind leg in the extended trot. Good balance through the 2 half 10-meter circles. Fairly nice in the walk pirouette. Could have been a little more centered for higher marks, but kept the activity nicely. Good relaxation here in the extended walk. Yeah, needed a bit better collection in the walk going into the walk pirouette, but managed to keep the activity well through the pirouette. Nice and straight through the change, but unfortunately it wasn't quite clean. It was very, very early. Great energy in the extension. Lovely and uphill into the canter transition. Just not clear enough into the walk. Really lovely here. Great jump in the canter. Could be just slightly more uphill in the canter extension. So finishing their test, it is Nelly Sela and hybrid VDT for Poland.
Hybrid VDT and Nelly Sela from Poland. Thank you.
So a score in the team test of 67.988. And today it is 65.177 into 28th place for Nelly and hybrid VDT for Poland.
At M 65.588 and at B 64.559. The total 65.177.
Four riders left to go in this junior test today. One for Ireland, one for Portugal, one for Switzerland, and one for Belgium. Still out in the lead is Germany's Rose Oatley with a huge score of 78.03%. That is the score to beat to get that gold medal tomorrow. Still, we've got a very long way to go.
And the prize of Piker CEE.
So in now is the rider for Ireland. It is Jessica Grogan and Christensen, a 16-year-old KWPN gelding by Breyer.
Jessica Grogan, representing Ireland.
Jessica scored 60.273 for 69th place in the team competition. It's her second European Championships, competed in ponies last year, finished 61st in the pony team competition. And last time out, they competed in Jardy with a score of 65.883. That saw her into 12th place. So coming down the centre line now, it is Jessica Grogan and Christensen. A good start and nice centre line for Jessica. Losing a little bit of the connection there on the short side. Just dropping a little bit behind the vertical on those half 10-meter circles. Just needs a little bit more self-carriage. Maintaining the trot nicely on the half circle. Really good rhythm here in the trot work. Nice positioning here in the shoulder in. A little bit of resistance there in the contact. The balance just a little bit onto the forehand through the half pass. Just lost the balance a little bit in front. Needs to be careful. Oh, yeah. Needs to be careful of the rhythm, and then just had that little unbalance halfway through. Again, there needs a clearer 4-beat walk. No real overtrack, just tracking up slightly. Again, lost the rhythm in the second walk pirouette. Nice and uphill though here in the canter. Not quite on the aids. And a little bit short behind in the change. Nice there though in the medium canter. Again, a little bit short behind in that change. Lovely and straight on the center line through those transitions. Again, they're not on the aids. That was a shame. We've got 4 2s and a 3. Just dropping her down to 63. Still a 3% improvement on yesterday's score. But in the team test, scoring 60.273, which is looking around the 63.5 mark. Dropped down from 65.
Christensen and Jessica Grogan.
And it might well be another personal best again. Lots of personal bests flooding through today. And we have a score. It is a personal best. It is hopefully coming on your screen. It is 63.853% into 30th place.
At age 65.0 at C, 64.118 at M, 63.2.
So 63.853 for Jessica Grogan for Ireland.
The total 63.853.
So next into the arena, it is for Portugal, Mariana Andre and Iceberg de Tino, a 10-year-old stallion by Ruby. Finished 49th yesterday in the team competition with 67.061%. It is her first European Championships. Last time out, they were second in the junior individual test with 66.667%. So in now for Portugal, it is Mariana Andre and Iceberg de Tino for Portugal. Not quite square into that initial halt. Could have a little bit more engagement from the hind leg, was just a tad running through the medium trot. Lovely positioning in the shoulder room. Well balanced there. Oh, just one little break in the rhythm in the half pass. But other than that, very nicely done. Needs to take that nose a little bit more forward there in the stretch. Just curling behind the bit slightly. Again, there, the same as in the medium, would like to see more engagement of the hind leg. It's just a little bit quick. Keeping a really lovely rhythm through this trot work. Could have just had a little bit more bend through the body there in the half pass to the right. Quite large in the walk pirouette. Just needs to keep that activity throughout. Nice relaxation. Could just have a little bit more ground cover in the extended walk. Nice activity here in the collected walk. Yes, better centered. A little bit of a head tilt there in the half pass. Same as in the trot, could just have a little bit more from behind in the medium canter, but some pretty good ground cover. Nicely into a forward walk in the simple change. Losing the straightness a little bit here in the canter. I was a little bit late behind in the flying change at I. Such a lovely little horse. Just seems so happy in his work. Such a nice, harmonious partnership these two create. Scored 67.061 in the team test. Just fell a little bit onto the shoulder there in that final halt. But a lovely job from Mariana Andre and Iceberg de Tino
Mariana Andre
for
and
Portugal.
Iceberg de Tino for Portugal. Thank you.
So we have a score. It is 65.823% and into 28th for Mariana Andre and Iceberg de Tino for Portugal.
At C 65.588, at M 66.176, and at B 65.882, and the total score is 65.823.
So coming in now, we have a rider for Switzerland. They were 13th in the team competition with 70.939. It is Lea Schmid and Frick Dax, a 12-year-old gelding.
Representing Switzerland.
This is her 5th European Championships. Started with ponies in 2019 through 2020 and 2021. Moved up to juniors in 2022, where she moved on to this horse. Finished 14th in the team competition last year, 35th in the individual. As I said, was 13th yesterday in the team test as well. Last time out, they had a triple win in Lipka. Finished with a 68.726% in the competition. So in the arena now for Switzerland, it is Lea Schmid and Frick Dax. A super entry, beautifully straight. Always leaves such a good first impression if you can get a nice centre line with a good halt. Lovely cadence in the trot. Be a little bit steadier in the carriage at times. You can see there, just can have the tendency to drop the pole slightly. Keeping the lovely regularity of the trot through the stretch. Could just take the contact down a little bit more. We've seen very few riders, and we've seen a lot of riders already this morning, that have really allowed their horses to take that stretch down. Again, really super in the extended trot. Lea really manages to ride this horse nice and uphill. Good balance through the half 10-meter circles. Again, could be steadier there to the contact. A little bit quick in the rhythm. Just got a bit stuck. That's a real shame. Really marching here in the extended walk. Have a little bit more ground cover. Scoring 7s and 6.5s for the extended walk. A little bit hurried again here in the collective walk. Just lost a bit of the fluency. Had a small stick, not quite as bad as the first one. Really good ground cover, but just changed in the medium canter, unfortunately, dropping her down to a 4. Just lost the balance slightly. It's really dropped her mark down with those 2 pirouettes as well. Really nice through the simple change. The walk could have just been a little bit more relaxed. Lovely and expressive in the flying change. And coming down the centre line now to finish their test, it is Lea Schmid and Freak Ducks for Switzerland.
Freak Ducks and Lea Schmid from Switzerland. Thank you.
The penultimate rider for this class. Just one left to go, and it's a rider for Belgium. And we have a score. It is just a little bit lower than yesterday, 69.912, and into 15th for Lea Schmid and Freak Ducks for Switzerland.
69.706 and at B 68.824, the total 69.912. Next
to go it is Zanda Dera and Hamlet for Belgium, a 10-year-old gelding. They were 33rd in the team competition with a score of 68.576%. Competed in 2021 in the children's competition with G-Star, finishing individual 17th there. And last time out, they competed in Group Rogel, finished 5th in the junior individual competition with 66.471%. So the last rider to go today in this junior individual competition, part 1. Part 2 will commence tomorrow. 70 riders in total coming forward for this Junior European Championships. But last to go for the juniors today, it is Zylanda Derova and Hamlet for Belgium. Lovely trot through the medium in a really good rhythm here. Keeping that pole up nicely. Have slightly better bend through the body in the half pass and in fact that second half 10-meter circle. Nice there in the stretch. Keeping that lovely trot rhythm. Again, nice balance through those two half 10-meter circles. Accurately ridden. Just a little bit unbalanced in front in the half pass to the right. It was quite steep. Lost a bit of the fluency going into the walk pirouettes, but actually a really lovely pirouette there. Nice relaxation. Could have had a little bit more ground cover in the extended walk. A little bit of tension here in the collected walk. Riding these half passes is very steep. She arrives a little bit too early to the marker. She did it in the trot half pass as well. I said earlier about really riding these tests accurately. If you ride them accurately, you don't throw away marks. Not quite straight in the counter-canter. Lovely transition down to the walk. Could have been more relaxed in the walk. Good in the changeover eye. Nice and uphill there through the extended canter. Could have been a little bit braver. Just asked for a little bit more ground cover. So our final rider now coming down the centre line. It is Zylana Dirova and Hamlet for Belgium. It's looking like we might finish off with another personal best. So many personal bests this morning through this junior individual competition. As I said, 70 riders entered in this junior competition. Just waiting for one more score to come through. And here is a score. It is 68.794 into 18th place for Zylana Dirova and Hamlet.
7.6 and at B 70.588.
So 35 riders have come forward for this junior individual competition. And we finish it off with the final 35 tomorrow.
Of Pika CEE, and still in the lead, Sommernacht.
In the lead, we still have Rose Oatley and Sommernacht 7. The score to beat 78.030. She's in gold medal position. In second, it is Lana Pino-Baumgartel and Zig Emma FH. She's sitting in silver with 74.088. And sitting in bronze, it is Florentina Yobst and Bodyguard 49 with 73.971%. Some great competitors come forward in this class. And we finish the FEI Junior individual class tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. So make sure you join us to find out who's going to be crowned European champion. But we take a break now, and we are joined back for the FEI Children's Team Competition at 2 o'clock.
For communication systems in equestrian sports and outdoor sports, as well as in
actually
in addition,
the British time, so 3 o'clock Central European time. So make sure you join us back for the Children's FEI Team European Competition. First one to go down the centre line at 3 p.m.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have a break now, and we will start at 3 o'clock with a prize of Derby horse feet, the FEI Children Team, the first part today. And now you have time to get a lunch or a small walk through our exhibition. And There you can say cheese and thank your chance to win a great prize in our photo challenge now. There you can find the FEI Dressage European Championships horse and take a cool team photo with this Euro horse in the photo box. Step 2, post the photo in your stories and tag connects. Use the hashtag Schafhof Photo Challenge. Step 3, you'll end up in our lottery pot. Great prizes for the team of the winning photo are waiting. And step 3, the more creative the photo, the better. We look forward to your ideas and lots of great memories.
Bei dir
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see the first part of the FEI children team, the prize of
Hello and welcome back to this, the FEI Dressage European Championships for children and juniors. This morning we saw part one of the junior individual competition, and this afternoon we move on to the FEI children's team competition.
9 teams.
The judges are as follows. At E, judging the quality, we have Kirsten Sogard and Francis Verbert van Rooij. At H, we have Ulrich Neville. At C, we have Christoph Umbach. And at B, we have Barbara Adu.
Mr. Christoph Umbach from Luxembourg, and at B, Mrs. Barbara Adu from
In
Italy.
the FEI Children's Preliminary Competition B, it was Germany that really dominated. They took the top 4 spots. The winner was Vivian Merker and Jamala. They scored a whopping 85.464%. Second was Therese Billig and Farah Shen on 83.214. And third was Lily Marie Hines and Skyline with 81.685. So looking likely that Germany might dominate in this team competition, but there will be plenty of opportunity for the other countries to pick up medals as well. Our first rider in, it is one for the Czech Republic. It is Anna Stestakova, and she is riding Avalanche, a 9-year-old mare. They finished 22nd in the preliminary B. There's 4 riders coming forward for this Czech Republic team.
And the first competitor was Avalanche, 9-year-olds.
They scored 72.768% in the preliminary B competition.
Czech Republic.
So entering now for the children's team test, it is Anna Stestakova and Avalanche for the Czech Republic. Some nice steps in the lengthened strides. Could have just kept the pole up a little bit more. Needed to keep a little bit more parallel there in the leg yield with a slightly steadier contact. Better there in the leg yield too. Really nice here in the walk. Good ground cover. Could just be a little bit more over the back in the walk. Needed to keep the contact a little bit more there on the turn on the haunches. Nice direct transition up into the canter. Needs slightly better balance here. A bit more self-carriage. Just leaning a little bit on the bit.